The day of a month of a year, here on the greenest available land. You'll find no place greener on this side of the ocean. Never mind that. Oh, 1552. On it goes. Version 1.2 dropped. A lot of drastic changes. It is technically save compatible. It is not recommended that you bring a save from one to the other. I would do that anyway, but I also heard that for now 1.2 has some performance issues that need to be smoothed out. So for now, Greenland is staying in 1.1 and might spend the rest of its run in 1.1. It is the for good and ill of Team Tinto running this game that they're being very on the ball about running the cycle. Alright, so we had some noble irritation to smooth out. Mostly good internally. We currently have our place as partner in the three-way personal union of Greenland, Norway, and Poland. Now, we still haven't found the right ocean. These are rendered invisible until such time as we get the concept of this new world people keep talking about. Couldn't be this. We've known about this for ages. This is as old as we are, at least. Leif went over there over 500 years ago now. There were already people there to meet him. This can't be new land. Must be something in here. Maybe they found Atlantis. But they keep talking about finding a shortcut to India. None of this is India. None of this is China. The wood is abundant. And we've gotten a subsidized monastery recently. More things for the clergy to do. I might need to, invest more heavily in anything that boosts institution adoption even a little. Still kind of permanently 60 years out from learning what the new world is. In small boosts. That, by whatever means, would be important. I've already got the library. And a lot of this other stuff okay, things that boost literacy caps for different classes will also would contribute. Let's get the wheel running. We finished the settlement of the Greenland. Resumed settlement of the Big Land. Occasionally have money to run an exploration. We have mapped the Vinland. Found the other Teeth Island. Alright, I can... That's now that we have two rivals. We also managed to rank up the duchy. Now we are rivals of Hungary and Naples. Two Sicily. of whom is partially controlled by Tunisia. Hope to see great things out of that in terms of migrant waves. What is it? Okay, just now, a province popped. Or settling, present. On the lake here. That's her, and there are no laborers there yet. Let's swoosh out there and establish, at least within our own sphere of influence, the concept of legal protection for tribal population. For what little good it will do. Block assimilation, block conversion. And grant access to cabinet. Secure the coast. Some good over there. Secure Greenland. Probably explore our way up the Gulf. Depending on how on the ball other folks are at crossing the ocean, we might manage a fair amount of area denial. I guess we're in the middle of receiving a wave of exiles. The last round of French exiles, or were we getting someone? Gallic exiles, rather. From whom? Gauls exiled from France. Okay, now we're getting our Neapolitans this time. Leaving the Union thanks to our adoption of naval law. And money in winter. We make money through the tools. Excellent population pressure. No real scraps of control going on the tour. Given time, they will fill up to their anomalously high soft cap of population, and then peasants will outflow from it. Have a solid core. Burst of 6,000 additional exiles. Shores up so many problems with the demographics. Terrible 13% peasant life. Strangest thing, when you grant the most extensive possible legal protection to the peasants, the thing they want to do is stop being peasants. The teeth keep flowing. Ultimately, that's what matters. Alright, we have our full home gravel network, where the gravel can be drawn. The Viceroy of Big Land is doing a good enough job spreading out their own gravel. Norway has not become Poland. The current Queen of Norway, Poland, Greenland is culturally Icelandic. Which might get to stick for this branch of the family. Or it might get, properly pushed back into place once we're no longer part of the Union. New hat. Other ambitions on that front, ranking up again. Require passing 1 million people. Getting 95 plutocracy for a republic will probably take a while, like on the order of centuries, but that would be viable. And of course, continuing to secure more of the Arctic. The path relating to this royal union is to escape from it as soon as possible. Why would we want old land? We left that place behind. The new land is much greener. And unlike the Super Canada, I will be looking to divide our colonial domains into suitably small sections for local governors to be able to extract any control. Probably like Bigland, Vinland. To be determined what I would call Acadia in terms of land. Got hills. Got rocks. Always get in contact with the people already there, see what they call it. Eventually, surely I'll move far enough inland that they'll have bothered to assign a tag to the culture living there. There are many such tags. I've seen them from, like, starting up countries over here, and they can, like, fully diplome with all of the borderless groups. Stealing maps from them is an important part of aggressively getting more awareness of your surroundings from the interior. You're almost caught up on laborers, temporarily, because I have the clay pit and the sand pit closed. The salt collector is managing to make money. No, they are. They are barely breaking. So it would be worthwhile to upgrade granary. And the mason shop is actually quite profitable at this point. The bricks being a strategic resource, you can always go for more of them, and it's 500 laborers per rank of brick shop. That's pretty good. Getting close to a point where the money is there to establish Parliament, or probably Royal Court first. Other upgrade tracks to be on the lookout for. Requirements for city. 30,000 people in one place. Quite a ways off of that. Requirements to get some secondary towns started. We almost have some candidate sites. Heriolf. I think Heriolf or Eggland have a town because they're on this body of water instead of the main one. We've built a monastery. And it has immediately turned to heresy. Does that, like, delete the building? Okay, yeah, it transformed into a Lutheran preacher instead of the thing we paid for. And functions of monastery. Literacy for clergy. Yeah, if they're able to start building presence, especially from the core out, I'm not against converting. The Pope hasn't signed any of our bones in years. If he won't do that, what's he even for? Candidate sites. If I could get a town propped up in Gotham, that would help get actual control to happen over there. A town along the way, I would still prefer to put it in. Give it to over the lead mine. Natural harbor suitability being the priority. Yeah, we set up our own anti-pope by putting a mitre on a walrus. Set up a whole council of cardinals. Remember, my cabinet isn't doing anything. Right. Developing a piece. Roll boost forever. Most of far enough on appeasing the nobles. They'll get over it on their own. So, start trying to get migration in spots where I want towns. Fjord. quarry isn't even all that built up yet, and I would prefer that all available food production kept rural. Suitably maximize that. Siglafjord. Suppose that means, yeah, Egg Island should have a town on it. Eventually. Yo, Dagson. Guy knows what's up. And give it to... and Gotham. It's also conveniently stone producing and best available natural harbor. Lutherans are propagating. They can pull it off. We'll make the switch. Yeah, we're not even getting indulgence money anymore. Ooh. Ah, Provence. Having the town of Mondovi rebel against them. We don't have anything to contribute to such an effort, but... good to know that we're considered diplomatically engaged. Lads up there on the armchair. Resting between rounds of yard watching. $400 cash. 1,400 people shifted over, and we can get Town of Siglafjord created. While more exploration would be neat. Must needs prioritize. Only one contract left in Coastal Labrador, covering the rest. Big Land's outer surface will be secure. Get some marshland out of it. Big Land will get their access to bog iron soon. Martin Luther has been dead for 20 years. It is too cold to preach during the deep winter. Being the thing. Officers, armories, training fields. Development. In the core. Castles, burgers, religious art, cathedral. General crown power. All that infrastructure. Wouldn't it be nice if we had somewhere, finally, to store a boat through the winter without the front falling off? There'd be a lot of utility in that. Now that we can't send them to vacation in Orkney. Make a new bark. Have like the one experimental bark that we use to test the waters. And if that one can survive, then we can make more. As will happen. Now, does that generate any piracy, or is it just a peasant local control building? Cost maintenance. What do you do? It does generate pirates. Well then. All the more reason to have boats. Fair peasants available. What a time to be alive. Get the subsidized fishing harbors out there. Pay for multiple villages a year. No, forgot to actually push any buttons to pass the bill. Everyone had a good talk about it and nothing was accomplished. Everyone went home and only realized, after getting back to their respective longhouses, that nobody signed the forms. Everyone left their stamps at home. Coastal Fort in Garth. I have a fully stocked sergeantry in Garth now. Oh, upgrading the wet dock to a dry dock. Also important. The moss is thriving. Everyone is very impressed. Yeah, there's bog iron. Possibilities that it creates. Okay, they got their own mason shop. Sorted out. They can brick out of whatever they can find. I'd be regularly watching the big dial labeled heresy. Looking to the crowd for approval. And the migration attraction is working, is steadily pulling people towards Siglafjord. Saving up to found that town would probably start now. Also, once we get that locked in, even if the population dips a little, that won't prevent the town from continuing. And I can point the arrow elsewhere. Castile is out there. Signs of movement. Vlad detects nearby activity. Highly vigilant. It's more having any presence on the water. Governor is a city building. Entirely out of scope for that reason. What is going on with our trades? Oh, no, that's the other market. That's why we have non-capacity over there. Garth is doing fine. Garth has many trade. For once. For so long as we are a member of this organization. Try to keep it on the level. Okay, it's not full winter yet. It's the docks. Show you in harbor. 1%. Yeah, that might be enough to do it. Right away, but Exiles has concluded. Good and stocked up, making their way in all directions. %, repair each one. Might even be close to a point where we can tell the ship to patrol, and the patrol routine will understand what water is safe. See what we can accomplish through this. This takes like a decade, most of a decade of tax revenue to pay for creating a new town. Might cause some positive feedback, as we're then able to spread out our supply of burgers and get more guild activity going, instead of relying on everything being in the one giant pile. pretty high enforcement against conversion. Hello, sir. You have reports from the frontier? Hello, sir. You having a good midday? Just a quick check-in. Are very stable. A lot of the laws don't have too strong of options to jump over to yet. Already federalized. Or decentralized bureaucracy. Civil laws. Keep building monasteries and keep having them defect to the Reformation. Mobile court. Rule by merit. We could do ruler general. For a little bit of centralization and legitimacy. The admiral. The captain of the island. Here, I'll just explain that. Things to work on. Alright, the ship is successfully sheltering. Wrong spot. It at least knew to shelter here and not wander off to the other side of the Atlantic. That stability undermine local population growth a little bit. Becoming mercenary. What, just everyone at once? An entire generation? Suppose that is why I should still be looking for opportunities to leverage the other mechanics for law changes. High stability, good. People like stable country where nothing changes. Okay, being in negative stability creates mercenary. The boat is proving remarkably successful at existing. The front did not fall off for a whole year. The mercenary trend has died out. Do not need constant updates in the log. What the boat is doing. Spinning furiously up and down the coastline. Doing cool flips. Everyone is suitably impressed. Province acquired there. Four more locales to be done with that leg of contract. Priorities will definitely be securing more coastline, allowing the local authorities try to push inland when they feel like it. Sicilies are also involved in West Africa. We're getting 9 stability each year. You know, don't wander too far off. Regulate your level of stunt sailing. Even if I have to manually tell them to dock in Garther Winter. Still easier to handle than sending people off into the abyss. I'll be converting 2 of my stone locations into towns. Which is fine because I still have our largest stone quarry untouched. And many additional rocks further down the line. One thing that will never be in crisis here. Always in good supply. Do not be alarmed, do not spread alarm. On the subject of rocks, rocks are abundant. Glad has access to permanent cause for biting. Greenland has been reliably occupied. Map game Monday. For a couple of months now. Closer. You here to occupy map game Monday? Here to lay claim to a sip of wine. New Heresy, England. At least thousands of creatures active. How many crowns have actually jumped ship at this point, though? More of North Germany. Actively switched over. And Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Our own queen remains Catholic. May need to happen from the top down if it's going to happen at all. So if I push this button while a member of the Union, so what, Queen Adela will flip? If we embrace? Spend at least a decade wearing this hat or trying on a different hat. Oh, now we gotta change our rivals. We have immense religious turmoil to endure. In the absence of external problems, you gotta roll your own. We make do here on the island. Or what is that? Because it tanked our diplomatic range? Temporarily? We are now peerless. Our strength. Unimaginable. Or not. Rival the Canadians. We can't even reach them. They have the same peasant situation we do. At this point, we're twice their size. Lose 50 stability either way. No one is having a good time right now, having declared this. Yeah, their recovery is continuing. They're nowhere near back to pre-plague levels, but they're surviving. Oh hey, did our priests stop being tax exempt? They did. Where are they? Nope, yep, they're available now. All the thing. Gathering, armories, shipbuilding, fields, religious relations. Roll, asset, urbanization. I want town in Miners Fjord. Cathedral. Monastery right now. Cathedral, get it. Literacy, migration, and conversions. Sure. Remember to actually build the support for the bill. Station. And tax relief for the clergy. Gotta ease them into this new idea, paying taxes. They've never done this before. Alright, once again, we're getting waves of mercenaries as part of the local chaos. Pile of town building money might be there by the time people are there to inhabit it. What features we gain access to? Changing our liturgical language. Ability costs involved, though. We ease into things like that. Don't have any available slots. We have the divorce button. Divorce real. I start from scratch with influence in our newly established religion. Just us. Bizarre that we can only have rivals within our same religion. In which case, why isn't Denmark on that list? What speed is conversion managing to occur? Still very slow. Case maybe like Bert. Lutheran. Actually assign someone to oversee this process instead of just waiting for it to happen. Now, Herd of Jollof. So much for her. There's some import going on of it. Yeah, the chaos ensuing that we have to now reformulate all of the old magic. And just replace the ancient contract with the new contract and expect it to have the same power. Oh, you need fancy rocks for your cathedral, you can't just use regular rocks. Well, should have thought of that before you demanded the structure. Boat continues to perform boat maneuvers. That's what patrol looks like. part of the move here, once I have more towns, will be to shut down some of the smaller production guilds here. To instead shift people into the stat boosting buildings. And those marginal guilds can be the businesses in the other towns, taking advantage of their initial burger supply. Our top minds of the sailing world are out there figuring out how to harness the polar drift. There we go. That's starting to move the dial now. And yeah, we'll redirect our cabinet towards stability. With 280 people. Great town of Siglafjord. Move those people down the road. Build the same village again, but over there. And all the while, so we have like 45 internal population growth now. Just a few small hiccups caused by stability crunch. Rebuilding scraps of naval presence. Yeah, that's noted in, so the law of ruler as military leader permits women to lead formations when you have a female monarch. Or otherwise head of state. Doesn't specify that it has to be said queen. Well, probably she's busy doing something else. Leaving Antoinette here, ready to go to sea. Now, local pie chart for the Garther region. 20%. That's mostly underway. Then I can move the focus. Most of our people are there anyway. Half the country lives in the Garter vicinity. The way to keep the Navy afloat long term is they need to be sure that they're properly mistaken for ordinary fish. Let's the mermaids strike. Our overall religious unity currently absolute trash. Barely propped up by the clergy, not yet being entirely angry. Are we ready to start adopting aspects to our local brand? Closer. Do you have any contributions to the council? Yeah, nothing particularly I want to give them. Barely extracting tax out of them. Strange new era. Loan capacity is 25 coin at a time. Okay, it's 50 influence. Start adding. Yeah, that happens in the order of decades. Someone has bothered to go out and find these marbled rocks. At least a few of them. The cathedral is being progressed. Hit the population number for it. I'll borrow the money to get town founding online. I can then move the marker and get the next one rolling. Closer. You ready to get rolling? Always migrating. It's very excited about going on outside. Start of the season yard management is underway. Alright, New World has accelerated a little in its adoption. Just slightly. Fjord is ready to go. Free loans. One month of pocket change. Construct town. And Egg isn't that far off from being ready for town as well. Wait, I can have multiple people running convert at a time. That'll create a bit of a fault line over in Big Land. They're currently 100% loyal. And there we go, smuggler dividends paid off the loans. While breaking ground for the new town, we found a contraband vault. I don't need to force the issue until extended more land to them. He's gotten drunk. Awesome. Taking up the post. Welcome aboard, sir. Kindly enter your protective armor. Those two working together, that represent 80,000 out of 120, 2/3 of the country. very interested in the noises from outside. You have the guidance of the orb. See us through such things. Cut off from a proper rifle pool. That's a bit of a hit. England is occurring to itself. North Rebellion, which is present in all directions. Of course, a battle between Lutherans and Anglicans. Looks like most of the population on the ground is still Catholic. Scotland is also Catholic. Yep, the next round of settling Big Land has continued without interruption. $25 pops a month. Another decade or so of that. One more swamp. This is impassable Highland. It gets contextually painted by who controls its surroundings. England and France will fight where they always do. Italy. Someday we might join them. fleet spent a whole year not patrolling. Rather than using the patrol feature. Like the tech returns to just put the fleet out in the spring and pull them back in the winter. And our Unity rating is slowly pulling up. Okay, so this ends when at least one of 90% Unity, 90% Humanist, 30 Stability, or the combo pack of while 60 Spiritualist, the clergy are happy or the clergy have power. Stability is probably what's going to pull us out of that crisis. Boat in peril. Maybe they should be kept in for the winter. They should be kept in for a summer to get fixed up. Well, with the dry dock now populated, boats can repair so fast. A bit more overall harbor capacity would actually be safe through the winter. Urgency is growing slowly. Siglif Town begin. New place for guild. A lot of law changes I could use to flip to humanist. When the right opportunities present themselves. Losing out on possible rivals is just baffling. Getting back to neutral stability. Positivity may yet follow. Most valuable guilds are still the likes of paper and weapons. And move B-tier guilds like the Tannery over here. It'll even do better because it has regional access to the wild game by being closer to Altafjord. And then like Apothecary Potters. I can then remove from here. In order to drive burgers back into the other utility structures. Mercantile versus free trade bar. We're pretty neutral on that right now. Yeah, no active pressure in either direction. Trade advantage, trade efficiency, and burger trade capacity. Versus trade maintenance, market impact, market protection, export cost from foreign market traders. Given our reliance on imports, free trade is probably wise, probably viable. We have enough population to work with it. It doesn't take long to build up. Town-worthy populations. Waiting on money to be able to find Big Town. The boats have regenerated after taking some time off. Now under 1% of damage. Another point of harbor capacity from somewhere. Will be good. Maybe from populating the second rank of the docks. New art. Painting man or forest. What even are trees? We don't know anymore. Philosophically, how can one define a tree? Colliner's bath. Many tipping points, steadily approaching. By doing this, I am, for the near future, cutting off the supply of rival exile waves until a suitable new rival emerges. Gathering, gravel, armories, loyalty. Yeah, get the thing to help with conversion project. Another 10% of the country. A single burst. Do well. We'll have to see what other things we can leverage out of doing this. Eventually I can consume the monastery. We can spare 5 coin. probably after I've given them the rest of their coastal territory. That'll be the right time to then also tell them to convert officially. Ghana. Slowly, the map extrudes. Our culture capacity is doing fine through all of this. That is not a source of any tension. Ability slightly positive again. Moving the leather works down the road. We're still barely good on the thing. The bill can pass. And getting a max level Mason's Hall in the capital. Thing agrees. Also a boost in our conversion speed for 10 years. That'll probably cover most of the work. Past 50-50 line. In our two biggest provinces. England is back in one piece. What's going on here? Anything we could do to interact with you meaningfully? Looking like mostly no. Oh, they have become outside our diplomatic range. What? What was propping that up? Okay, so maybe we can still rival someone. We just don't. We lost everyone's numbers. Our pigeons no longer know the way back to the other land. Only know of Poland because of our place in the Union. Once we're out of the Union, we could rival Norway. That would fix things. Queen is 52. Progress halted due to population. That will be disrupted by the fact that the conversion is ongoing. Stability I can flip to using Icelandic. Create our edition of the book that properly repairs all the ancient genealogies by restoring all mention of how many teeth each of the kings of Eld had. Who would leave that out? Fools. Passage here, where certain people would tell you that this man lived for 600 years. No, wrong, rookie mistake. What it says here is he had 600 teeth. The mark of a saint. A genius. Location of Eggtown is still ready to go. Largely appeased clergy. That's keeping much support from going into the insurgents. start getting people to move toward the lead mine. Colony's getting more uptime. Tannery is online, so I can put that tannery out of Garthburg. Resume upgrading the buildings here that are actually useful. Merchant quarter is more cash. I could have that at rank 3. Should be able to pay for itself, because then we'll have even more teeth flowing off the island. Finance that. Or will we gain diplomatic reach again? Is some of that waiting in the tech tree? New world now up to 1601. If I can avoid event-driven migration, we're going to try to keep that under control. No need for a repeat of the ancient crisis. Halfway. Hitting stability, or okay, it's at least one of these and 30 stability. Bastards will never stop being furious. We gotta keep our negotiator on staff then. Reasonably skilled cabinet going on. Oh no, not ink. Local burghers are already ready to populate the second guild the moment it goes online. Calvinists. I can afford to lose research progress when there's no research going on. Yeah, the name placing algorithm has no idea how to label Denmark. Is continuing to develop on the continent. If we jump from union to different union. More easily recover that money. The work is most of the way done in the core. And drop to like having one minister active for the other provinces. That's a cost that hits like building a highway. Entirely the sort of thing we can handle. Why are the ships taking more damage? They're failing to get repair materials. May have just been an especially harsh one. %2 unity. Okay, I have that the other way around. The unity rating pushes clergy satisfaction. Conversion rate running high. And our religious influence is starting to firm back up. Every 30 or 40 years, we can afford to add an aspect. Within a century, we'll probably have that panel filled out. Lutheran faction looks to have won out in that English internal war. Norway is Catholic. Yeah. Sweden, Denmark, more of North Germany, some of the German interior. And England. The Hussites continuing to hang out in Bohemia. Okay, that whole block, that Palatinate flipped over. Oh, Palatinate is Catholic. Catholic Byzantine. We just leave the boats in the harbor indefinitely. Trade capacity is moving a lot of teeth. Exchange for those teeth. Receive ideas. This is just the kind of writing that people need right now, going through these tumultuous times. Right, we're crossing important lines. Calvinists, no support. Sure if they tried to set up 5 stability, I can torch them. Get out of here. Suppose we could always be trying to trade favors. How could our diplomatic range be so poor when our trade range is still everywhere? All the courts in Europe have taken this opportunity to try to resume forgetting we exist. Okay, the insurgency has collapsed for now. But on even more breaching. The sooner we get all that harmonized again, the better. Okay, it is mostly bulk laborers left to win over. %, humidity. What does liturgical language do for me? Research rate. Only we could be preaching in Wu. Can you imagine the impact that would have, sir? First nap of the afternoon complete, sir? Looking good, sir. Okay, at rates like this, we'll be done within 5 years. For the larger zones. Still more like 15 years for Garther. It is our densest concentration. Second nap begin. N plus 1th nap. Excellent work, sir. Are we in some kind of superposition of in and out of the church? Because the other 2 of the hats our monarch wears are Catholic. Whereas the necklace of teeth is not. Get another location finished there. 2 left for that round of colony to be done. We get all that integrated into Big Land. Revenue and trade capacity purposes, I could put more good infrastructure over here. How much of that is? Merchant's quarters is the most important. Counting house and the entrepot, those are capital only. Only 28 coin to improve a basic guild. Brick is abundant. That at least you'll love to see. I try to get a second granary up to preserve more fish. Habitat. Pulse will improve as we get things harmonized again. Middle settlement will be dragging behind the rest quite a lot. Measuring this by how many total Catholic population there are left to convert in each zone, so 10k, 2.5k, 9k. The thing. We'll shift you to middle settlement. Officer, grapple. Officers, EV infrastructure. Try to make this actually succeed this time. Compliment the King of Sweden. This can be done. Happen to rally to 100, I could try to flip another law. Like removing religious censorship. Market's elevated trade capacity is managing to hold up. There we go. Burgers tend to demand pretty agreeable things for the time being. Their demands also be high impact. To our advantage. A little bit of development. Just about everything. .47 internal population growth. Country have voted. This is everyone's concern. Okay, that only searches for things that have word trade in them. Or no, I can search by stats they provide. Trade capacity building. Merchant quarter, entrepot, wharf, market warehouse. Wage. 0.1, 0.1. 5. The entrepot is the big boy. 1.5 from merchant quarter. Pastors will approve of that. Alright, and after almost 3 hours of uptime, the menus are getting a bit sluggish. Let's just empty the bucket. The map has a lot to think about. This guy taking up all the RAM posting. This is how well things are going before we have any of the real economic impact that big land should have for us. Once we're able to get the wood flowing. is clear again. Iceland is not part of the Union. They are a Dominion of Norway. Need so much money. Put Carl in that chair. The nobles feel so strongly that he should be removed from his position, they can use the traditional channels, grabbing him by the shoulders and throwing him out the window. Version, continuing steadily. Almost reunified under the new standard. Tolerance for some, miniature flags for others. Basically, yeah. The impact of having the cabinet ministers pointing at this is the main driving factor. Without them, things move very slowly. Dwarfs also cost very little to build. I'll end up with both. Would be gathering more tea. Price of tea finally so low that other RGOs can maybe imagine competing with them. Or no, that's probably zeroed out because there were no places to build new ranks of tea. And of course, the best possible guilds. Highly competitive. I'll put a good guild over here, like two. Or paper. Paper is quite strong. Paper costs a little bit of wood. Oh, that sounds like it's in our direction. Yes. England has made landfall. Sweden is taking Finland. That'll be it. Ours is the Arctic. We go around. We go into the bay. We claim the Northwest Passage. We will want to go inland, overland, merge on the other side in the bay. They're over here. That means someone has a map of the North Atlantic Current. I have no way to spy upon them due to the curse of Diplo range. our opponents having infinitely more money than us means exploration is trivial for them. And having population reservoirs, magnitudes beyond us, means they will outpace any colonial effort. Beginnings of the Super Canada are now taking root. Get anything non-Arctic, we'd have to, like, get to an island or all the way down to Gaspé. Will finally merit creating some kind of fortifications. Population willing. Want that 30 stability to be able to end the turmoil. No more policy flips for now. Big land growing steadily. Managed to double them from what we initially set them up with. Sweden's colony is now a colony. They finished their first chunk. Creating a town, participating in our market for now. They did not split the market yet. They are within cannot spy on them separately. I'm gonna spy on Sweden. You can diplomat them. Hello, sir. You volunteering to serve as ambassador? Little man? You have any insights? You are an excellent negotiator. The shortage of bees. Keeps happening. Never enough bees in the market. We're very close to tipping points on ending the turmoil. 87% unified. We have the 30 stability. Probably within a year of having that resolved. Being a town on its own. Improve harbor capacity at all, not immediate. Your harbor suitability is bad, but having a town there is for the purposes of providing better port connection to Greenland itself. market regulations it is. For now, that is still kind of our best general purpose education plan. Start trying to consolidate more power into the office of the Admiral. Lads over here keeping comfortable. Bees. Alright, hold on, that was a positive balance of bees. Closer. Okay, maybe now. Good job finding those bees, sir. None should doubt the scale of your influence. Yeah, note how quickly any other power can proceed to just kind of spam out colonial charters wherever they feel like. I declare them a rival. Not yet. course, this wouldn't extend our diplomatic range to resume contact with Sweden. It would require a rules interaction to be in our favor. Such things do not exist. Okay, conversion in Garther is nearly completed. Turmoil almost over. Regular old temple would give me slightly more literacy. Curse! Defrosts! No, also in addition to some years, the guys just decide to explode our ships. Some years, the protected harbor just decides not to operate because it's not an infrastructure building. Turmoil navigated. that accomplished, I can slow down to one minister on conversion at a time. Back to low burn of development. And, well, the budget has been fine. We're not as dependent on keeping control spiked up in Garther anymore. That I could run even more development effort. Out west is the largest remaining pile on the island. Back to town building. Since by reining in some of our RGOs, that will also displace more laborers. Get us closer to running up that total. First, continue to build up the merchant quarters here in Sigla Fjord. Get that raw trade capacity moving in more places. We need glass for anything they can make it in the villages. kill the glass guild. Or if a new glass guild is created, it will be in one of the other towns. Yeah, expanding trade in general is continuing to help with that. June 1600. Now expected arrival time for New World. I can spy on Norway. If Sweden has the maps, Norway might also have the maps by now. Gain prestige, lose stability, become innovative. Mercantile. Traditionalist gain stability. Legitimacy. Building amounts of money only take decades. Acquire. Alright, within that space. During the next town location. Might take a bit to get that one rolling. How high the impact is. Finishing mass conversion. Still the better option. $15.99. Boosting trade volume will continue to do it. Very slow. Get that X factor that we're missing. Ingredients for the real medicine. Infusions of teeth. Meaning 500 Catholics in Garda, who all clerics. Hold on a second. Alright, so effectively, Garther is done converting. Oh man is very harmonious right now. Entirely unified in his approach to climbing my body. Awesome. Not much direct sunlight today. Disappointing, I know. Oh, we got Falkenstein and Seton on our side now. Checking out the notification list that is behind the camera. In 5 years each to get the money to build their remaining towns. Not to do well. Really producing a tangible return on investment with having the extra trade capacity falling out of them. And then eventually stacking more guilds. Population thing. How can you be mad at Expressive Castle? One of the works of our time. I mean, it's no lifeless grave. Or the incoherent monolith. This pile of money is for town creation. Glad. All the... Exciting new development of Eggberg. Exciting new investment opportunity in Eggberg. Get in there. Yeah, the coastal fort is considered a fort. No sofa stockade. So it wants gun. That's a move. company setup. Cruft is going to form while they are sitting there as zero control territory of ours, where we can hand them off properly. Remaining Catholics here are 1,000 laborers. Metal settlement is also laborers. West settlement has some clergy, but mostly laborers. '82 growth. The power of settling places that are not frozen. Armories, shipbuilding. Training field. Infrastructure. More developments, perhaps. What could I do with being owed favors by Poland? Probably nothing. But you never know. So our old diplomatic range must have been an illusion created by being hooked into Norway. But that still didn't collapse for quite a while after independence. Okay, the main impact was converting. So what? Does participating in Catholicism give you expanded Diplo network? Continue to make wild, long shot attempts at diplomatic connections. futile gestures in the direction of what should be the most important mechanics involved in being an empire asserting influence over here. Welcome back, sir. The launching hour soon approaches. Rest up, sir. Be ready for action. Norway has now left. You mean we become independent? Queen is dead. This is now the Polish Greenlandic Union. Our connection to Poland unbroken. Despite our admiralty law, Pete Vitnaverty is now... No, he is not made King of Poland. We have 2 regions. While whom? Okay, you also have an elective system. Maybe that's going to mess with this. Still have my spy network with Norway. Okay, that might be our, the whole things. We have Antoinette, who, because there is not currently a queen, is no longer allowed, not been forced out of her chair. Make you admiral. There. Strange. Arcane technicality resolved. we can choose an aspect. Innovations in baptism. Bishop appointments. Asceticism. Bread and wine? Finally united? Official poverty. Admiral of the Church. Tax and tax efficiency. Literacy and innovation. Democracy pressure. Official stance. Angry. All the time. Gain 1.44. Get gross of influence each year. Every 35 years, we can add another policy. Get contribution to plutocracy and then something else. Take us over to 53. Of course. No marriage candidates now that we are isolated from the universe by the Great Barrier. No, middle settlement is what is being afflicted by the curse. New world continues to slowly accelerate. We'll get here eventually. Okay, good here now. Try to get some conversions in over in Big Land before the handoff. Events did pop up offering to have colonial migration happen over religious strife. Those would definitely still be afflicted by the curse. Scotland, where are you active? Wyoming. Like that Wyoming? Well, at least we'll be competitive out here. Multipolar? Oh, I have enough month-to-month cash that I could be exploring without crashing the budget. Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's get an expedition going. I've suitably invested enough in the economy as a whole. Okay, expedition to be. It should resolve quickly for being a smaller area to work with. Going to be maintaining expeditions on the regular to push the boundaries further. I should go into the bay. Maybe find out more of the East Coast in order to be aware of what our rivals are doing. Oh, good, the burgers are already putting in some local infrastructure. Just what you needed. Gonna go ahead and slap that button. They'll get over it. Follow-up actions will be taken. Gotta sneak them back up to 50. You need to skill artist. Works 10% faster than normal. The big 50. Internal growth. Hell, big land, many stories of the world beyond. Oh, 8 favors with gold. Nothing meaningful I can do with them. 8 favors. They're nearly stable. And of course, we already know about the shore. Which, with the way things go, means they'll be able to just kind of extrude overland and be in the bay immediately. As it will take another 5,000 years. Get at anything from our side of the equation. At least persistently have exploration expeditions going. They might add up. They might manage to chart something. lack of population stopped being a thing centuries ago at this point. Said the issue is the fundamental flaw in the rules. At least in this cursed version, which this run is remaining in for now. Once 1.2 stabilizes. Maybe the changes there would have caused things to flow differently. Where? Back here. Back now, where we are. All new population growth happens as peasants, and must then promote out of peasants into other things. Contributing to the problems. Whereas one of the major rebalances is that growth will be spread out proportionately across classes. And promotion will be heavily hindered. Might succeed at protecting the existence of peasants. And okay, then. Attempting to encourage migration over there is clearly not anything. Let's instead place you south of. See if you can start laying the groundwork for that town. Peasants and only peasants are allowed to be sources for colonial migration, and not any other social class for any other reason. No maps for him. Had that hit 40 before it was detected and I just missed it? You know, with this go around of thinking about it, if anything, launching colonies should behave the way that they have exploration behaving right now. There's a build-up period where they collect supplies, during which they could also slurp up an initial seed population. And then they launch, and then they land, and then the town is there. Because, especially up here, that is how it would go. The colonial effort is one guy and some dozens of additional guys he has hired to work for him. They go build a fort somewhere. And they plant a flag. And they write up a contract saying, yes, we definitely now control all of this land. the way to rein in AI colony spam would be to, well, eventually an element of it would come down to, can you get the AI to behave in the way that is desired or not, which is chaos. But colonies should be prohibitively expensive and highly sensitive to death. They should be very prone to failure. If the map painters complain, they should be thrown out of windows. A botched colonial expedition to the New World bankrupted the government of Scotland. Was a major contributing factor to the forming of the Union of the Kingdoms. "100 Catholic pops will migrate each month from Avatar to Labrador." Push the other button, and then I go over here to check how many Catholic pops even remain in the country at this point. Still 6,000. Iceland, did your peasant supply ever recover? No. Peasants aren't real. Multiple towns that are valid locations to host the thing. What a time. Demand for Market Village. Market Village in the colony that will get handed over to Big Land once it is complete. So be it. We're back to expecting this in 1600. 15 more years before we'll be allowed to start researching permission to acknowledge this water. $400 is a lot of coin to be able to throw around. That's enough of a buffer that I can launch more maps. But I need to construct. Over there. Salvage some of the approval of the estates. Dog discovered. Dogland. These are two separate incognito to scan. Acadia area and New Brunswick area, separate in size. That's way down. Rats are just everywhere, right? or from a like artificial gamistic point of view here. The other way to limit colony spam would be to just have a hard cap on how many charters you can have open at a time. 9 is a bit much. 13 active charters side by side? A bit much. Even Portugal is running 8. That's big Hungary. If only I were still allowed to be rival of Hungary, but they forgot my phone number. They stopped sending me pigeons to throw back at them. Or that would be another one, yeah, that like... In prior iterations of the mechanics, running many colonies in parallel had multiplicative cost. It would scale up quite aggressively if you were going too far in. Whereas here it seems to not do that at all. And to rotate the board further to, that's a lot of money in the pile. We're doing so good on that front. Teeth are abundant. If only forts could be real. If only forts didn't need people to staff them. 1,000 soldiers for a single fort? Unthinkable. But anyway, to resume the thought that interrupted. If you establish a colony and then don't have the physical means to go over and threaten it with violence, by which to extract your taxes, it would then very promptly resulted in the colonists stopping answering your mail and instead wandering off. As were the fate of some early colony. Worth thinking about. This is Parliament amounts of money. But I must first have a gold bar in my market. The scraps of gold that the burghers occasionally bring in are not enough for that. Have a real gold supply. There will only be enough nobles to run half of a parliament. That front I could go with Royal Court. Royal Court is monarchy now expedited toward Quebec. 5 years we will know of the Quebec. Picked up a taste for lacquerware? How did you even hear of that? Greenland's loyalty once again secure. Scotland, with whom we cannot diplome. Diplomacy will continue to not exist. Okay, good. The gold import that I ordered vanished. Usual market thing. I should have Greenland pinned. Their status is always among the most important of news. Another merchant quarter. Head egg. Further increase volume of traffic. Full third crown power under the current administration. Under the guidance of the captain. Our ship of green. The land quite big when we named it that. We keep finding more beyond. Our 29% known world. How much more land could even fit in it? There will never be enough gold in them. Just open the lane. Could have been the case 100 years ago. Could be investing in goo. You just about make naval supplies over there. They're just missing the bronze. The one and only metal from which all boat things can be made. They're importing it somehow. Closer. You hit the button to change what color the glow on the keyboard is. Very good, sir. Blue now. Wrong move. Ending the launch signal. Reach over into current big land and charcoal. He is emitting the launch signals. And the UI is just ignoring that I'm trying to push that button. Hey. Ghost button. Launch accomplished. possessing some kind of privilege to be able to instruct him a subject. Or no, there it is. Two stacks of it even. Oh, fry them. Charcoal is on the menu. As will be needed. Swamp right. Dangerous ideas rise from the deep. Oh, that's right. How dangerous are your ideas? They're pretty up there. Very dangerous. No bird is safe. Character pool is becoming a bit thin. It stands out for its absence. But, the other eras don't have any generic technologies in them. That just stops being a thing at Renaissance. But they came up with this good idea to add to their research system and then failed to use it. '97. Alright, let's get this last month complete in order to have our map of PEI. We can begin to plan the expedition to find out who is Prince Edward. No one is on the island yet. And it's 4. No, it's 5 location. 5 locations. They are wood and fish, and fish, and fish, and wood. It is a non-Arctic climate. Slightest chance. Sweden will probably steal it before I have any hope of even being done with the current section of Big Land that has been stalled for most of the session because giant question marks. The eternal riddle of demographics. Another flaw I would point at within this system, that it is set up so that you're, at least in our case of being by the lines of these rules, underpopulated. This whole situation, it will generate a couple of people of a class who are just existing on the table. And if you make them a building to work in, that creates the capacity to fill it. And that fundamentally seems backwards. But the resting state of a fully populated province would be that it has floating extra pops across all of its classes. Like, what am I supposed to sit around and wait for 1,000 extra soldiers to exist before building a thing? No, because there's only going to be like 200 extra soldiers. And the ways that the UI can set up to kind of communicate at odds with itself. 425 peasants able to promote. No, they're not. This minus 500 is who would be available to promote. And so on. The trial. If word arrives that performance and stability of 1.2 have improved, I will have the file jump forward then. It would only make life more interesting. It would not make the land less green.